think it's me, sorry. Good to see you, sir. Thank you. This fight week has certainly taken kind of an interesting turn over the last couple of days. I guess mentally, where are you with this whole situation of perhaps changing the weight class on the week of the fight?
I mean, I'm ready to go. That's all that matters. Camp went well, and controlling the things I can control.
Nice. It seems like weight class is normally something you can control. Dana said you were going to check in with him last night. Did you guys have that conversation about it last night?
Yeah, we had a short conversation.
And did you agree? Are you okay with moving this up to middleweight?
It is what it is. Like, I'm ready to fight, so like we're moving forward.
Was there any discussion at all? I mean, hey, I need a little extra money for this, or maybe there's a little consideration of a new contract or something.
That's I let Dave do those kinds of things. Like, he consults me and like figures it out, but I don't get into the nuts and bolts of that stuff. I know that's an interesting part of this sport, but I don't really discuss those things.
Fair enough. Can you tell us where you are in weight right now?
I mean, obviously I'm a little light, but I'm strong, I'm fast, so I'm ready to fight. Like, camp went really well, and I've been doing this a long time, so let's do it.
So what's the plan? Do you try to put on weight at this point? I mean, do you eat more than you normally would on a fight week, or hydrate? I mean, what's the plan from here? Or do you come in just well under the limit, or what do you think?
Really, I'm just gonna eat and just try to feel comfortable, make sure I'm eating. Well, the thing is like when you're doing this, when you're thinking you're going down to 70, you're cutting things out of your body, and you don't necessarily want to put those back in, even though that you don't know how they're going to affect you. So it's eating more of good foods, which is hard because they're going to fill me up, but I don't know how heavy it'll make me. So it's just play it by ear. My body feels good. I feel strong, so that's most important.
Yeah. Do you have any idea what you will weigh on fight night, or at least at the weigh-ins?
Yeah, I don't know.
Interesting. Well, listen, I know obviously Nick's a legend of the sport and he's paid his dues, but does this, I don't know, maybe affect your level of respect for him or anything like that? It just seems like a weird move to make.
No, I don't really. I mean, he comes to fight. He's going through whatever he's going through. It's not. It is what it is, kind of thing. Like, just kind of show up and fight, and that's kind of the approach I'm taking. Like, just whatever.
Nice. I guess last thing for me, I mean, obviously you're an even keel guy most of the time, but so does this change anything at all? I mean, in terms of strategy or, your psychology, or I mean, does this change anything? Because on the surface it seems like a big deal, but you're just kind of like, whatever, it's a fight.
I'm just trying to stay calm. There's no sense in like getting all riled up and excited. This happened. This is whatever. Just staying relaxed. I mean, camp went well, so that's pretty much what it comes down to. I'm falling back on the work I put in. The work I put in went great. My training partner, Jason Jackson, got me tip-top and ready to go. So, like, I'm sharp right now. I'm freaking strong. My coaches did a great job, so that's what I'm falling back on. That's why I'm not too worried about it, and life is good.
Robbie, do you have any idea why Nick wants this at 185?
Nope.
Do you care either way?
No, it doesn't matter, because that's just kind of where we're going now, and it is what it is.
Do you think the weight change benefits you or him?
I feel good, so that's all that matters. So, like, I'm ready to fight.
What are you even expecting from Nick at this point, right? He's been away from the cage for a while. He's obviously had a good time and enjoyed himself out of the cage. What exactly are you expecting from him on fight night?
I expect him to be pretty sharp. I don't think he's a guy who doesn't do stuff. I mean, he's going to be in shape. I think he's going to be sharp with his tools that he likes to do. But obviously it's been a while since he's got in there, so it's getting his fight, and we're going to find out.
Thanks, man.
Robbie, over Robbie, over here. It's been so long, nearly 20 years since you guys fought the first time. Does this even feel like a rematch?
I mean, we're totally different people. I mean, that was a long time ago. I mean, kind of similar, but like I've gained a lot from that loss the first time, developed my skills, sharpened them, like ups and downs, just been through battles, and just, yeah, it's just another fight. He's a big name. that's how I look at it. He's a big name with a huge following, and it's an awesome opportunity to fight somebody who is well respected in the sport and who brings a lot of excitement from the fans. So that's how I look at it. He's a warrior. He comes to fight and he doesn't take shit.
And you mentioned all the battles, right? There have been through so many great ones in your career since then. Is there somebody, that kind of stands out that you would say has been your toughest opponent so far?
No, I don't really play those games.
Fair enough. And just curious, Robbie, are you getting to that point where maybe you're thinking about, closing out the career, or are you just continuing to go as long as?
No, I'm just working. Are you getting to that point where you're looking to stop doing what you're doing?
No, I am not.
Yeah, if I feel good and I'm improving every day, and like when I actually put in the time, I'm like getting sharp and like can move with these young bucks and do what I do. Like I know what I'm capable of. I'm not a fool, and I'm still having fun. And if I'm willing to put in the time and do what it takes and enjoy what I'm doing, I'm going to continue to do it. And if I can do it at a high level, which I know I can, I'm going to go out there and show the world.
Good luck. Thanks, Robbie.
Thank you.
Robbie, I got to ask you about the Hall of Fame weekend. Induction ceremony is tomorrow night. George St. Pierre is going to be inducted. You began your career before him, and you're still fighting. You were one of his successors as well at 170. Is he someone you would have loved to fight at some point in your career, or you would have thought you would be fighting?
Yeah, I mean, he's been fighting for a long time. I've been fighting for a long time, but we never crossed paths, and he's done a lot for this sport, had an amazing career, and hats off to him and his Hall of Fame induction.
What does it say about your career that you're still there and he's inducted tomorrow night?
I don't know, that I'm still fighting. Obviously he did a lot at a high level, and like two different guys fighting two different ways, and his path was that, and this is mine. So, it doesn't really, we're just different.
Thank you.
Yep.
Hey, Robbie, right here.
Yep.
Robbie, so on that topic of the Hall of Fame, every time you fight, the UFC loves to air your war with Rory McDonald, the second one, obviously. Do you ever think about, hey, when are they going to give me the call that they're finally putting that one in the Hall of Fame?
No, I don't really think of that. It's an amazing fight, but that was so long ago. I'm moved past that and just trying to get better. The fans love it. It's something I'm recognized for. Rory put on an amazing performance that night, and it was great, but I don't really focus on those types of things.
When Rory came down to train with you guys at Sanford MMA, obviously, you guys become official teammates. Is it like that moment at a Rocky 3 at the end when you two finally spar, or is it more chill?
No, I'm a pretty chill guy, just like this. We grappled a little bit. He's a sharp guy, has a lot of tools in his toolbox, and does some really good stuff. Nice to learn from him, and I'm chill.
Going back to the topic of Nick, look, a lot of people, they say this is the main event for me, Nick and Robbie. You've had a lot of big fights, a lot of big wins. Would getting this W on Saturday be up there with those championship victories and some of the other big ones you've had?
Once again, I don't really look in the past and measure this up to that, but obviously this is a big fight for today or this week, so that's how I look at it. If the fans are excited, the UFC is excited, and I guess it puts it up there somewhere where people are judging those things, but I shouldn't say care, but that's kind of the word that's coming to mind, but I'm just a fighter who enjoys what he's doing and loves to get out there and compete and put on a show and do what I like to do, and I come to fight.
Thanks, Robbie.
Thanks.
Jairzinho, last time we saw you, impressive first round win. I mean, was that a big one for you to kind of get back on track and show, hey, I'm still up there at the top of the division?
Yeah, it was. It was a big one.
And you look at it now, I mean, somebody could say, well, you're 2-2 in your last 4 fights, but it's also the champ and the interim champ, right? So when you see that, how does that make you feel? Do you feel like, you deserve to be in discussion with those type of guys?
All the time. I mean, it's the heavyweight division, and we're working on a lot of things, fight a lot of fighters at the top. And, yeah, it's always fucked up when you lost, but you want to win, so anyways.
Yeah.
But it goes sideways.
You certainly don't shy away from challenges. This was a fight that you want, and probably like the best wrestler in the division, right? I mean, it would seem to be the toughest stylistic matchup for you, maybe. So why is it a fight that you asked for?
It's not a fight. I didn't ask for the fight, but it's a fight to make, to bring me back on top. I mean, Curtis is the number 4, and I'm the number 6. If I still want to get a crack at the title, there's the guy to take out. So it was the perfect fight and a big challenge as well.
What was preparation like? Was this a camp that was not a lot of fun? I imagine there was a lot of wrestling days in it, or what was the preparation like?
It was fun, but there were days that it wasn't fun. But it is what it is. I'm comfortable with it, and this is what we do. So I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, packed arena again too, right?
Jairzinho, right here. We did an interview with Curtis earlier this week, and he called you similar to Derek Lewis, just not as good. I would like to hear your thoughts on that comparison.
Now, I'm happy he's underestimated me, and this Saturday is going to be different. And it's going to be me and him. I don't even count the referee, because when it's over, it's over.
And obviously he's going to, you know what he's going to try to do. He's going to try to wrestle you, but he does have a lot of knockout wins over high-level strikers like Junior Dos Santos. So how would you rate his striking inside the octagon?
I think he's in the top 5. He's a badass, and same as me. I'm not going to rate anything of his striking, but I'm going to be in there and I'm going to show him the fine work. Don't miss the action beside everything.
Jairzinho, over here. Your last 2 fights, you were in main events, so 5 rounds and dropping back down to 3. Is it kind of nice to not have to prepare for the full 5?
I always prepare for 5 rounds, and I love the 5-round fights, but it's all good. He can get it in 3.
Do you think that it helps you with the less rounds, or does it make a difference at all?
It makes a difference. I have that cardio, so I think it's one of my biggest power.
And, I noticed something interesting on your record about your first 3 fights were all against the same opponent, and, back to back to back, you knocked him out all 3 times. So I was just kind of curious, what was the story of how, why'd you fight the same guy? Is there anything funny about how that came together?
I mean, it's for me, it's being working, fighting back to back helps me. Same as this one. Just fought June 5th, and I think in 4 months it's going to be my second fight, and yeah, I think it helped me fighting back to back.
Yeah, good luck, Jairzinho.
Thank you.
Lauren, is this the like the best fight week of your career, or are you having like the worst cravings of your career? It seems like you're seeking some food more than most fight weeks.
No, I always crave food about this point in the weight cut. It starts get like I love food. I love to eat. I always have, and it's always about this point in the weight cut. But I feel like I'm just getting a little more comfortable putting myself out there on social media and just kind of having fun. Actually, I haven't posted any food for today's countdown. Not yet, but yeah, I'm just trying to have some fun and put myself out there a little bit more. So this is who I am. I love to eat. I do crave food when I'm cutting weight, yeah.
That's funny. Well, listen, you've been working for a long time to get here, right? You've been talking about this moment and deserving it, and now it's finally here. So what is the feel now, right? I'm sure you've been imagining this moment for a long time, and now it's that time. So what's the feel for you?
It's really not that different than any other fight week, to be honest with you. It's fun. I love fight week. I love that like all the really hard work is done. This is the part where we get to cruise in and start, really enjoying ourselves. And there's always some stress during fight week. You're traveling, you got a million things to look over and mind and make sure is going right. But I've learned really how to really start handling that stress so much better. Like I keep telling myself like stressors are going to happen and we're going to overcome them like a champion would, And so it's actually kind of cool. And like I don't want everything to be so smooth, because then I would be like, what's really going on here? There's always some stress associated with fight week and with fighting in general, but it's cool, man. This is a cool life. This is a really cool life. Most days I feel in awe that I've gotten to spend, a great part of my adult life being a professional athlete. It's not something I ever would have planned for myself. And I honestly, like when I wake up in the morning, I'm like, man, if my life had turned out the way that I would have picked it for myself, I would have sold myself short 1,000 times over. This is better than anything I could have come up with for myself. I love this.
It's an awesome way to say it. So I'm curious, like what's the balance, right? Because as you just said, it's a heck of an accomplishment to be here, right? I mean, to be in this position is meaningful, and you should probably enjoy it and take it in and, relish it all, but it's not the actual goal, right? The goal is to bring home the title. So what's the balance in, respecting and enjoying where you are, but also realizing we're not quite there yet?
Yeah, the goal is to just kind of stay in the moment, take stuff day by day. Like when I say stay in the moment, I mean like I want to recognize what's going on right now. I want to feel the way I'm feeling about it. I want to recognize what's happening right now and enjoy these moments. And so, of course, the goal is to win the fight this weekend. But the goal is to really enjoy what I'm doing, stay in the moment, keep breathing, keep having fun, and that's the main goal, And when I'm doing that, I feel like I'm at my very best.
That's awesome. So, no secret, of course, Valentina, pretty good fighter. She does all right. So,
yeah.
So when you watch her, when you're breaking her down, when you're competing, I mean, do you see like spots and you're like, oh, there's an opportunity there, there's an opportunity there, there's an opportunity there, or do you see? I think what a lot of us see was just a really, really well-rounded fighter that you have to fight perfectly, right?
Well, nobody's perfect, but she is a very well-rounded fighter. You don't get to be a dominant champion by having holes in your game, And so when I watch her fight, it's not like she has these big glaring weaknesses that I'm like, oh yeah, I could take advantage of that for sure. I think those days are over. You don't get to be where she's at by not being well-rounded and by not being really, really damn good at everything. But everybody's human. Everybody has habits and things that are exploitable. Everybody has weaknesses. And anybody that thinks that they don't have a weakness, that in itself is a great weakness. Everybody makes mistakes. And at this level, that's what we're looking at, is like, what habits does she have? What areas can we take this fight where I feel the most comfortable? How are we going to accomplish that? What sequences do I want to accomplish in this fight? And so, yeah, when I watch Valentina, of course she's a great fighter. Of course she's well-rounded. That is what makes her such a formidable opponent and such a dominant champion. But I'm really good in every area of the fight too, and I'm really looking forward to testing myself in those areas. I'm looking forward to making those sequences happen that I want to happen in the fight. And honestly, I can't wait to go show you guys how good I've gotten. I can't wait. It's going to be awesome.
It's awesome. Last thing for me, I guess. What would this win mean for you, right? I mean, as you said, it's already a victory that you're here. You know, you've gone well beyond what you envisioned for yourself. But what would a title-winning performance here mean for you?
You know, it would be a really cool moment in a career full of really cool moments, honestly. Like, and I hope, you know, people are like, is this the greatest moment of your career? And I'm like, damn, I hope not. I hope there's more great moments after this. You know, I hope that this is not the pinnacle. I hope the pinnacle is somewhere far beyond than what I even imagine now. You know, because like I said, if I got everything that I wanted and if things worked out the way I thought they should, I would have sold myself short. So who knows what the peak is of my career? I don't know yet, you know, but that's what I'm trying to find out here. So this is just one more step in that journey, and winning that title on Saturday night is going to be a huge accomplishment, obviously, for me and for my coaches. But it's just going to be a testament to finding out how far I could push myself. I want to know what's possible for me. And that's what I'm trying to find out here, and that's what I'm trying to find out Saturday night, and that's what I'm going to be trying to find out in my next fight and the next fight after that.
You mentioned the overconfidence that you think she might have. Do you think it's hard for her to, I mean, I even saw a quote from her earlier this week. She said she was going to destroy you and that sort of stuff. Do you think it's hard to be as dominant as her and not get overconfident eventually?
I mean, I would imagine so. I would think that she probably feels like she can destroy anybody. And as a champion, I think you do need to have obviously some level of confidence. I'm not the one to say where her line is between being properly confident and overconfident. I don't know.
Do you think, again, I'm sort of casting hypotheticals here, that she may be overconfident because she's had this great run. Do you think at that point you're actually catching her at a great time where she can just underestimate everyone she fights?
I don't think that Valentina is the kind of fighter that underestimates her opponents. Like, she's been doing this for a very long time. I'm sure she's a very experienced fighter, not just in MMA, but in, other sports as well. And I think she's had a lot of experience, probably in some of her fights, like in some of her kickboxing fights, maybe she was the underdog. Maybe she's already had opponents, that she underestimated or whatever. So I don't know. I couldn't tell you guys what she's thinking about me or what she feels about me. Like, I honestly don't care. It doesn't matter.
Winning a world title is obviously very special, but defeating a champion like her, is that just extra? Is that extra glory for you? Do you even think about that sort of stuff?
I don't. I really just want to stay focused on what I can do. And I've beat some really good fighters before, not just in the UFC, but I fought for titles at other times in my career where I was a heavy underdog. And for me, it's just about like, how well can I perform? How great can I be? What is my limit? Can I go out there? Can I go out there under this pressure? Can I go out there under those bright lights? Can I go out there and face somebody like her and perform at my very best? And I think that if I can do that, I believe I can beat anybody in the world.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah.
Lauren, right here.
Hi.
Lauren, for a lot of your career, obviously, I think you've had a lot of stuff happen that I think you have to tune out a little bit, from tough, and then obviously fighting Valentina, there are a lot of people, they say a lot of stuff, put two women in there to upset her, things like that. How do you tune out a lot of that noise? Because obviously, the public always wants to let you know what they think of you, and you're trying to live your life. So how do you tune out a lot of that?
Oh, it's practice, because there was a point in my career where I really let it get to me and I was super concerned what other people think of me, but just through practice, reading, writing, meditation, talking to people that I love and trust, I have really practiced what it's like to stay more focused on myself. And it's, you guys can see the difference that it's made. It is. I can't be focused on what everybody else thinks of me. I can't even control what other people think of me. And so what good does it do to focus on what they think of me? It doesn't matter, For me, it's like, I'm going to be open to making mistakes. I'm going to learn from those mistakes. I'm going to pick myself up and I'm going to keep moving on. And people that are not inspired by that, I think maybe there's something wrong with the way they see life,
You've obviously been open about a lot of stuff you've gone through in your life as you've talked with us throughout your career. Fighter nickname, Lucky. What would you say is the luckiest thing about Lauren Murphy?
Oh, it's my marriage. I don't know, but somehow I talked Joe into marrying me, and I'm the luckiest girl in the world to have a husband, like him. Like really, I feel very blessed to have the marriage and the relationship that I have with such a great man. I feel very blessed that my son has grown into the man that he's grown into. He didn't have to. He didn't exactly have the easiest childhood. He didn't always have the best examples around him. And somehow, it seems like it's really out of my control, he has grown into a great, kind, hardworking, honest man. And I love that those are the two main men in my life, that they have inspired each other and inspired me so much. But my relationship with my husband has changed my life so much, and no matter what happens this weekend, it's not going to affect our marriage at all. And for me, it's like that really is actually why I feel like I'm the luckiest woman in the world.
Quick side note, a lot of fans really like the poster for this event, and obviously you're featured on it. Are you a big fan of like the memorabilia from events you're part of, or you're not really concerned with all the knickknacks that come with being a UFC fighter?
Oh yeah, we keep the stuff, like we keep the posters. This poster for sure will go up somewhere cool in our house. It's cool to have your face on a UFC poster. Come on, how many people can say that? You know, how many people have fought for the UFC championship? We have all the belts that I've won. We have those displayed in our house. When I won Fight of the Night back in 2016, and it was my first UFC win and a finish, we got a shadow box made of that. Like, it's cool, you know, when I'm old and gray, I want to be able to look back on this stuff and go through all the knickknacks and memorabilia and hopefully show them, you know, to my grandkids and great grandkids or whatever, and be like, yeah, we did it.
Thank you.
Cynthia, welcome back. It's been 10 months, I think. You had surgery in between. What's the feel now to finally be back on a fight week?
Man, it feels great. I feel like I'm, right at home. I'm super excited, and I cannot wait. This is definitely the best I've ever felt.
It's awesome. I know fighters have a tendency to kind of rush back sometimes from surgeries and injuries, and you strike me as a person that would be like that a little bit. So what was the process for knowing, hey, we are really good here, and it is wise for me to be fighting again?
I've had to deal with so many different injuries, like in my last 10 years, that I've definitely had to become more patient and learning. And also having the Apex helps out a ton. They're pretty much overseeing my, my recovery the whole way. So that's obviously a ton of help.
That's awesome. And obviously you have spent a lot of time out here in Vegas. Do you think this is a permanent home for you, or is it just because of, using the PI and the recovery and all that?
No, for now, yes. This is definitely home. I'm definitely officially a resident of Las Vegas. To tell you the truth, at first I didn't see myself living here, but after a year spending some time, I really like it a lot. There's a lot of stuff outside of the strip, so a ton of food, Mount Charleston, and you can't beat it. It's the fight capital of the world, so you're always having people in town, whether you're friends or family or teammates.
Yeah. So as far as getting back to your fighting, not exactly taking warm-up fights, right? I mean, you're calling out the top dogs even in recovery. I mean, was there any thought of like, maybe we should go a little lower down the ranks, see how the shoulder's feeling?
I feel like a lot of people take that approach and it might be smart and stuff like that. But the way I like to run the show is I like to go for the throat right away. So I like fighting the toughest fighters. I called out Jessica Andrade for that reason. I had come off of a loss on my last fight, had a shoulder surgery, and then here I am. I see her. I'm not even like fully clear, and I'm like, do you want to fight in September? So it's just what I do. I love tough fights because it motivates me. It pushes me to strive to be, prepared. When I'm in camp, I get mean, and it definitely motivates me when I have such a dangerous opponent like that.
Yeah, I apologize if you told it before. What was the story of the face-off photo that you had that you used to kind of call this out? When did that happen? Where did that happen?
So I was helping one of my teammates, Maria. She had a fight for Invicta FC, and I think Jessica Andrade was also cornering one of her teammates. And so I seen her over there in Kansas City, and I was like, man, I definitely feel like that's a fight I want. She's in the top 5. I was like, I need to call her out now. And then because she was also staying here in Las Vegas, and I needed to make sure we didn't train in the same area. So I was like, I'm going to ask her to take a picture and then a face-off picture. And so we did, and then her coach was there, and I was like, all right, let's send it to Mick. So then that's how it went, Sometimes you got to go for it. You can't just like sit around and wait for the perfect opportunity. Definitely didn't want to do it all for social media. I think face-to-face is the best way to do it.
That's awesome. I thought it was like an old photo or something. That's great that you used it that way. So talk about the matchup. Obviously, she's accomplished a lot of things. Everybody talks a lot about her power and her strength. I mean, what do you see in her as an opponent?
Yeah, I mean, obviously she's very dangerous. She's got a lot of like highlight reels of knockouts and stuff. And so her also being the former champion, and she's fought in 3 different weight classes. I just want to fight the best. I think she's such an amazing fighter. It's somebody I definitely looked up to when I was getting into, fighting. So it's definitely a dream come true to fight all these women that I looked up to. And they scare the shit out of me. But you know what? That makes me work really hard, and I'm really excited. But, I'm a little crazy too, so I kind of scare myself too. So.
That's awesome. Last thing for you, the goal here. I mean, obviously you want to pick up a win, but does it feel like you need to go out there and make some kind of a statement, like get that hype that you had behind you, not that long ago before the layoff? I mean, does it feel like a need for that, or is it just let's just go get a win and get back to work?
I'm gonna go out there and I'm gonna fight the best fight. I'm gonna go out there for the finish. This is what I want. I have something to not necessarily prove to everybody else, but to myself. I truly believe I'm one of the best fighters. I really believe I'm going to be a world champion. Sorry, I kind of got lost because I was like running on. But yeah, I really feel like I belong out there. I don't want to go on there and be like, put so much pressure on me about it. I'm just going to go out there and get the win whatever way I can. And I really believe it's going to be a great night of fight. Let's just say that. We're going to get the finish, whether standing or on the ground.
Cynthia, right here. I know you've been at flyweight for a bit now, and it's been a while since your last fight, but I remember something Dustin Poirier said when he went from featherweight to lightweight, that it was easier to make the weight, but it took him a while to feel like a lightweight rather than just a featherweight that wasn't cutting weight. Did you go through the same thing at all? Did you just feel like a strawweight that wasn't cutting weight, or did you just feel like a flyweight right away, your body adjusted?
I felt at first it was a little bit in between for sure, where I felt like I was too big for strawweight and too small for flyweight. But now, having to have my shoulder injury and sitting out and working with the Apex, I definitely feel like a true flyweight. I guess, you know what, I honestly feel like I was always a true flyweight. The issue is that I think we were all just cutting a lot of weight. I think everybody's getting a lot better about like not having these drastic weight cuts. But I felt like I should have been a flyweight. At the time when I first started, there was no flyweight division. Honestly, I don't even know how I made 115. But yeah.
Cynthia, over here. Have you brought in anyone specific to kind of replicate Jessica for this camp?
No, I didn't bring anybody specific into this fight camp. Luckily for me, there is a lot of training partners here in Las Vegas. I did have one specific partner who happens to be shorter than me, and he's like the same height as Jessica Andrade. His name's Aleko Poinier. He's a professional out of Extreme Couture and 10 Planet. And yeah, he pretty much helped me out for most of my rounds. I was able to use it because obviously she's short and kind of big, and that's exactly how he was. So I did find a good training partner.
Very cool. And, you know, she's a former champion, of course. So does that kind of make this fight feel like a title fight before a title fight for you? Obviously a big name and big spot.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, not only is she the ex-champ, an ex-champ at the strawweight, but she's also the #1 contender in this division. So, I mean, obviously that would prove that I'm a true title contender if I'm up there beating a former champ who is also the #1 contender.
Yeah. And what would you say has been your biggest learning experience in your career so far?
I would say my biggest learning experience is definitely patience and, you know, just humbleness, a lot of humbleness, because when I first got into the UFC, I blew out. I had 4 fights in the first year. You know, Dana was raving about me. I was the next big thing. And then boom, I didn't fight for a whole year. Then I missed weight and then I lost. So imagine just being up top and like everybody loving you. Next thing you know, everybody's like photoshopping your body on like, you know, DC's body after I miss weight, just, you know, stuff like that. So it was a little bit, that was a very humbling experience. And, you know, it really reminds me of what's really important, and that's the people around me, my friends, my family, my coaches. And so definitely that's what fighting's taught me.
It's like a good one. And last thing for me, you know, you were a former strawweight, and, you know, you fought Carla Esparza, and, you know, there's kind of the weird thing going on at strawweight. At least she got passed up. Just curious your thoughts on all that, and, you know, how do you see the rematch with Rose and Whaley going? And do you think Carla should have got the shot?
I kind of do feel like Carla should have got the next shot, but either one of them, you know. But I do feel like Carla has been working extremely hard to get back there in the title shot, and I think eventually that fight will happen. And I think it's a fight that they can definitely sell, just because we know that Carla Esparza became champion by choking out Rose Namajunas. So it's something they're definitely going to put on together in the future. I felt like she should have had the shot, but, you know, that Whaley versus Rose is obviously a great fight as well.
For sure. Best of luck.
Thank you. Sí.
Sorry. For the Hispanic audience, could you explain in Spanish your feelings and thoughts for the fight?
Bueno, ahorita me siento bien emocionada. Estoy bien feliz, orgullosa de representar a todos los mexicanos, toda la comunidad latina. A tener tantos meses sin poder pelear y ahora regresar, y ahora voy a pelear con la peleadora que es #1 de Jessica Andrade, y ojalá siguiente siga el título para ser la primera campeona mexicana del UFC.
Estos días van a ser muy ocupados para los peleadores mexicanos. Peleas tú, pelea Ortega, el Canelo próximamente. ¿Para ti qué significa estar involucrado en una etapa tan tan ocupada para los peleadores mexicanos?
Bueno, a mí me da un gran orgullo de estar peleando en los mismos tiempos que está Canelo, también con Brian Ortega. Obviamente los mexicanos siempre hemos tenido gran corazón, gran peleadores, y a mí significa algo grande. Y también haciendo que es el mes de herencia de hispana. Y pues sí, este es el tiempo de los mexicanos, y ya que tenemos el campeón de Brandon Moreno, y vamos a seguir agarrando más campeones.
Gracias.
Gracias a usted.
Cynthia, right over here on your left. Obviously, the champion of your division is competing later in the night. How do you see that one going down between Shevchenko and Murphy?
Well, if we look at the way fights take place for like Lauren Murphy, she usually wins her fights by splits, barely wins her fights. When Valentina fights her opponents, she dominantly beats them, either finishes them or decisively. And for that reason, to be the champion, you can't barely beat the champion. And Lauren that's how she kind of barely scrapes by winning those fights. So I just don't see her pulling it off. I think she's going to come out short.
Now, not to jinx anything, but should anything happen, do you plan to show up for weigh-ins on championship weight in particular, in case they say, Cynthia, you're ready to step up?
Absolutely. I mean, that was almost something I was willing to do last fight, because I also fought in the same card as Valentina last November. And so that was the thing. If either Jessica or Jennifer or Maya at that time, if she didn't miss weight or didn't show up, I was willing to more than likely step up. And I'm more than likely to step up this time again.
Thank you.
He was training hard for this fight, and I know he will be ready for
this war.
Yeah, no doubt. Last thing for me, I know that, you're a respectful guy, you don't talk trash, that sort of thing, but I mean, you win a fight here, what do you feel like you deserve? I mean, are there names that you see? Is there a position in the ranking? Because the winning streak is getting pretty long now.
Right. Yeah, that would be my 7th win, but I have to win first. I think top 5 list, or like somebody big name, because yeah, but like I know like my next opponent will be somebody big name, because UFC top 15, everybody big name, and everybody like so good guys. Even I watch our upcoming guys, and makes me excited, and makes me sometimes, oh my God, I gotta training because they look dangerous. So I gotta work more hard. Yeah, I'm just whoever will be, I'm just ready.
Merab, right here.
Thank you.
Obviously, everyone knows you're going to try to take this to the ground and wrestle, and Marlon would like to keep the fight standing. But how would you rate his grappling and submission skills from what you've seen? We haven't seen a lot of it in the UFC, but he does have a black belt and does have 6 or 7 submission victories in his career.
Yeah, I respect his ground game too, because we all see he submit Rafael Assunção, great grappler, and yeah, he's good at the ground too. That I'm gonna say again, I'm not looking for only take him down. This is mixed martial arts, and I'm ready for fight everywhere.
And then, were you happy that you were fighting on this card? Because a month later, your teammate Aljamain is fighting, and then the week after that, they're fighting in New York City. He seems confused why he wouldn't just be fighting in New York. So were you happy to be on this card, or would you have liked to be on that card with Aljamain or New York?
I'm just happy to be here, and right after this fight, I want to go back to gym, help Aljo to preparation his fight, and right after Aljo's fight, I'll be with Al, and I will enjoy to watching my friends fight, and yeah, this is, I think it's good time me fight now. Aljo will be my corner. It's all worked out great. Thank you.
Are you still, right over here, Merab, are you still able to work with Aljamain as much as you used to? Because obviously he moved out here to Vegas, he used to be out there in New York, New Jersey. Are you still able to work together as much as you used to?
Yes, I'm working with Aljo, and he's still my main sparring partner. Yeah, he moved out here Vegas, but for my training camp and his training camp, we was in training in New York, and we will be in New York more. Like we was spending times back to back, like back Vegas, like back and forth. And yeah, I'm still training with Aljo, and he's so. He's here. He's training here, Vegas. I'm always here and training with him, and he's back in New York. I'm make sure I'm training there, because when he's like my mentor, he and then I like get work with him even 1 round, or like we usually sparring 3 rounds, but like every like grappling, like let's say even like we go jiu-jitsu together, we get 1 round with him, or like some MMA position with drilling or doing some. I learn from him a lot, and I'm getting good work from him, and then always safe. He's professional, and I always training smart with him.
People like the friendship between the two of you. They feel like it's kind of like out of a movie, the two best friends who are cops and getting into comedy. Because you're such close friends with Aljamain, how do you feel when the fans want to give him a hard time about being champion and how he got the belt? Because I know you probably see that he gets a lot of criticism. How do you feel, and how do you defend him when people talk about that?
People has short memory. And if you look Aljo's career, Aljo needs only respect, and I have big respect for Aljo, and I love him. And yeah, people like now I come little popular, and like some people like you, some people don't like you, and I cannot pay attention for everybody. You know, we are professionals, and we have to be professional like everywhere, and not only fighting. Like now, I learn to be smart, not answer everybody, and not pay attention for everybody. And I'm just focused on my job, and I'm just stay close with my friends and family and good friends.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Merab, over here. You know, with Aljamain being in the same division you as the champion, ideally you want to be champion as well, right? So would you guys be open to fighting each other if you had to?
Thank you for question, but like so many people ask me this question, and I ask this question so many times. Me and Aljo, we never going to fight each other. We are good friends, and so this is the end of the day. This is fight, and we're not going to fight each other. So, and I have Aljo is champion. I believe he will defend this belt, and he will be a long-time champion. And I have win a couple more fights to be deserved be number one for be fight to the title. But we will figure out something, and one thing for sure, we never going to fight each other. Me and Aljo, we never going to fight each other.
Would you be open to like changing divisions if you like were just dying to get that title because he's just reigning for a long time?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, I will change division. Yes, for sure.
All right, best of luck, Merab.
Thank you.
Merab, just a quick question about the UFC Hall of Fame induction tomorrow. Obviously, one of your coaches already in there. Does it add anything to be mentored by Matt Serra, who is a legend of the sport and who is in the UFC Hall of Fame?
I'm just happy to. I'm just happy for this fact that Matt Serra will be my corner, because he has always good positive energy, and he is always loud in the corner, and yeah, he's such a good person, and yeah, and when I'll be fight, and I will hear his talk like like a song, you know, like good song motivate me, you know, like I'm fighting and he's still screaming and like talking good advice.
Does he talk to you guys sometimes about his time as a champion and when he fought George St. Pierre all back in the days, and what does he say to you when he remembers those days?
Yeah, of course he talk about, but only like joke wise. He always jokes, you know. He always like talks funny ways, like he likes jokes, and he's such a fun man, and he, you know, like he's not like, he always makes fun of like those like all these moments, you know, and he like. But of course, like Matt Serra, he was great fighter. Of course, this is honor for me to he is my coach and my big friend, and such a good person.
A quick one about George St. Pierre, who is inducted tomorrow. Were you looking up to him at some point at the beginning of your career? As you are a great wrestler, very good with takedowns as well. So does his style, I guess, influence you at some point in your career?
Yeah, people ask me who's my one favorite fighter. I will say George St. Pierre, because he is very disciplined person, and even he's retired now, he's still disciplined, and he's such a good person. And of course, I look up for him, but like takedowns or like this, I said I make these plans in the octagon. When I go, sometimes I want to fight, but at the same time, I said, oh no, safe first, safe, take him down, stay safe, make sure, control and win the fight. And sometimes if I feel like I have to strike like I did my last fight or fight before with Datsun, I can strike too.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Alex, it took a while to get here, right? But finally here on Championship Fight Week again, belts on the line. What's the feeling for you like right now?
Yeah, man, it's been way too long. Obviously, I was here last March. I was here, but I didn't get to do the fight week, the schedule that we usually do. So just to be here doing this, I'm just glad I'm in this position. Obviously locked down back home, but to be able to do what I'm doing, I'm blessed, and I just can't wait to get in there, man. Cannot wait.
Some of that video that you showed when you were going through COVID was a little bit scary, man. I mean, was there any part that you thought, like, am I done fighting? Am I facing some long-term implications here?
Well, I never think like that. You're not going to think like that while it's happening. But, obviously, let's not let it get to that point, like, type of thing. You know what I mean? So we just wanted to look after it. We knew it was in the lungs and all that, like the infection. So we just wanted to keep on top of it. And it was getting a bit worse, but we got, we were looked after. So it was all good. Just easing back into training was... you had to be careful, you know what I mean? So it was a little scary, when you talk to doctors and be like, we've got to make sure there's no scar tissue in your lungs, and you hear other like horror stories where people's careers ended because of it and stuff like that. So then that does cross the mind, but I was always positive. You've got to stay positive.
Very nice. I know the main goal here is for you to defend your title and stay champion, but after doing the Ultimate Fighter, is it going to be a little bit more fun to punch Brian Ortega in the face?
Oh, exactly, mate. You took the words out of my mouth. Yeah, I can't wait to punch. put some hands on him, man. Again, like I've never been in this position, right? I've never had to spend so much time with someone that an opponent. It's never happened before, so this is different. And then the long time off. So I'm just eager to get back in there and just have some fun in there, enjoy it, enjoy everything about it. You know what I mean? And on top of that, I get to punch him in the face.
When you break him down, I mean, obviously he's got great submission skills, but his striking does seem to be improving as well. So where do you see him as a more dangerous fighter?
Oh man, look. Everyone has a puncher's chance, right? And even this is MMA, even the submission. So he's obviously got new challenges for me. There are still big threats, but anyone that knows me knows that I'm always prepared. They know I'm doing what I need to do to nullify from that, nullify everything that he can throw at me. So again, he did look good in his last performance, and I'm going to give him credit for it. He definitely evolved, but he had, again, as I say, he had a zombie in front of him, just letting him do his thing. You know what I mean? And as I say, you're fighting my fight. I'm going to lead the dance. You've got to follow my footwork. What's going on? What am I throwing at him? I'm constantly changing it up. He's got to try and keep up with that. And not only that, while I'm putting pressure on you and landing punches, landing kicks, you name it, is a whole different beast. So he's going to have game plans and direction going into this fight. But early, he's going to realise that. He's just got to try and keep up. That's how it is. But he's still got the puncher's chance or that submission chance. So, again, I'm going to give him credit where credit's due, but that's all I think he has on me.
And like I said, the goal is to keep the belt. Do you feel like, though, this is the fight where maybe you gain the respect, that it seems like it's been kind of slow for some people to give you as a champion?
Yeah, man. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely deserve that respect. But, I mean, at the same time, I don't mind the doubters. That drives me. I've been underdog my whole life. No one expected me from where I live, to be doing what I do. A world champ from, Wingdang, Wollongong, you know what I mean? A little town in Australia, still there today, you know what I mean? So, I love it. I use it as fuel. But do I deserve more respect? Yeah, 100%. I'm going to get it this weekend.
Nice. Last thing for me, I mean, you win here. Obviously, you don't want to be looking past this fight in any stretch, but you win here. What do you see as next for you? Are you willing to hear Max Holloway's name even mentioned anymore, or are you beyond that at this point?
Oh, mate, you're hearing it all the time anyway. But that's probably the fight it's going to be. You know what I mean? I'm a realist, and I don't even know. Do you guys know if the Max and Yeah thing, or is that just rumours? Max and Yeah. So if that's the fight, obviously the winner of that will definitely get that number one contender spot. But so I obviously got Ortega to worry about. But mate, all the fights, he looked great in his last fight, and I want them number one contenders. So he actually went out there, instead of just waiting and expecting another shot, he at least going out there and trying to take fights. So credit to him. And so whoever is next, if it's Max, let's dance.
Alex, at this point, what is it exactly about Brian that you don't like? What is it about him that annoys you?
Oh man, it's again, I've never had to spend so much time with someone an opponent. So I guess the competitiveness of doing all that was always going to happen. But just he's the unprofessional. You know what I mean? He's got a bunch of yes men around him, and he's just obviously constantly late. You would know, you ain't going to say, but I guarantee he's fucking late to your interviews and whatnot. You know what I mean? He's just You know, that annoys me. I'm professional, and I'm all about that. You know what I mean? And, you know, he wants this belt. I go, you can't be unprofessional, half-assing it, telling your coaches, you know what I mean? I've seen a video of his coaches asking him, oh, you ready? You ready to do things? He's like, my coach is going to be like, hey, fucking get in there, let's go. You know what I mean? That's the difference between us. And, you know, so that annoys me. But then, again, some of the things like he'll just say under the pump, maybe because I'm confronting him, he's not good in confrontation, and he would just say some real douchebag sort of statements. Just little things like that, man. I just think he puts on a front, acts like he's all chill and, you know, all that type of shit. I see through the bullshit, to be honest with you. Yeah, so that's my take on it.
Did he ever give you any explanation for why he was late?
No, doing his fucking makeup or hair or something, I don't know. Who knows, you know what I mean? Like, I've got no idea what it is, you know what I mean? Like, fair enough, here and there, something goes down, but, like, my manager, my coaches, even the coaches that was on my staff, they're not going to, you know, we're professional, right? They're not going to let me be late. We're like 20, 30 minutes early, like, and if we're sort of running, you know, we'll still be 10 minutes early, but that wasn't good enough for our team. We wanted to make sure we were there, we were prepared, everything was sorted for the gym. You know what I mean? We had a job to do, we're professional. That's why you see me where I am today. You see me at the top, you know what I mean? Again, I'm not, as I've been saying all week, I ain't no athletically gifted human being, you know what I mean? I'm challenged in height, you know what I mean? Like, you name it, you know, I was obviously heavy set, you name it, like, but you know what I mean? It was just through hard work and busting my ass, I got to where I am, and that's what I mean. I'm living proof that anyone can do whatever they want. But again, so hard work gets you to where I am, you know what I mean? Talent only gets you so far. And he's unprofessional, he ain't doing what I'm doing, I guarantee you, he doesn't deserve that belt, he ain't taking it from me.
Last thing for me, decision behind the hair? What made us get rid of it?
Lockdown. I couldn't, I'll be honest with you. I was acting like, you know, I'm just riding like, yeah, but I mean, it was just purely, we couldn't go to the barber. So I was just like, oh, well, man, I ain't going to attempt to try and do a fade myself or anything like that. Like, it would look even worse. So I was just like, all right, we'll just go with the bald head. But as I said, man, all heroes are bald, I'm telling you. As I've been saying in better than that, no one remembers The Rock when he had hair. Dana White when he had hair, Joe Rogan when he had hair.
I remember when he had hair.
Do ya?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, but, you know what I mean? Obviously, there's a little joke I'm from, but, hey, all heroes bald. I'm going to go with that.
Alex, to your right, did you happen to see the video that was posted on social media, the rugby, I don't know what you would call it, but where the guy was going to, like in American football, we say he was punting it, and he got drilled by the guy that was rushing him. Did you happen to see that video? It went viral. It had like 1 million some views.
Well, someone got smashed in NFL.
Yeah, he was like kicking the ball, and this dude just ran in and just. Like,
oh no, I missed that.
I was wondering if that ever happened to you. Is why I was going to ask.
Oh, I'm sure there's been good shots put on me. You know, rugby league's a tough sport. It's definitely a tough sport, and the position I played, I was you know, what's the position I'm thinking? Like one of them, the big boppers, yeah, the biggest guys on the field. That's the position I played. Obviously the shortest on the field, but that was the position I played, and I held my own. You know, so I'm used to these big boys. But don't get me wrong, I've had my fair share of beatings as well.
Alex, over here.
Yep.
Over here. You know, springboard off what John was asked a little bit about what could be next potentially for you. I'm just curious, what do you think of Giga Chikadze's performance against Edson Barboza?
Oh man, he's been looking good. You know, as I say, I got my eye on all the contenders. I still think he probably needs another fight. There's definitely guys ahead of him, but I mean he's definitely, you know, he's doing what I did when I was chasing that belt. He was here. He was happy to replace. I remember him saying he wanted to be here if anyone couldn't make weight and whatnot. So he's doing the right things. You know what I mean? Keep doing shit like that. You know, we're gonna have no choice but to give you a title shot sooner or later. You know what I mean? Because again, you're getting a lot of. We've got a stacked division. You know what I mean? Very, very deep. But I mean, it doesn't seem like all the top guys are doing what they need to do to take that number one spot. Probably Max is the only one, Max and Giga. You know what I mean? So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and I'm sure you've been kind of keeping close in touch with, you know, at least the Dan Hooker situation, following it a little bit. I mean, so what are your thoughts on, you know, what he's got to go through?
Man, it's tough. I'll be honest. You know, we had troubles getting here as well. Like for the UFC, and that we got it done. It was it's just crazy back, especially in Australia and New Zealand. We're in deep lockdown. The US Embassy, they're moving, so we couldn't even go there, like, you know. So I was like declined. My visa was declined, and then we end up being lucky enough to get, they let us out of the country to come here and do the interview here and whatnot. So we got through it. But yeah, it was a challenge. We were sitting there being like, we were a little worried, but we got here. So for Dan doing what he's doing, and this is happening to Nasrat as well. Man, it's crazy. But I mean, like, credit to them. Like, here they are. They're like doing whatever they can to get here, knowing that it's going to be it's going to be tough for them. They're going to get here and do the weight cut straight off the plane, especially Dan from the other side of the world. I know how that flight is. That flight sucks, you know what I mean? And to be, cutting weight on the plane and come out and go straight into a weight cut, it's going to be difficult. But the type of guy I know that Dan is, he'll smash it.
All right, best of luck, Alex.
Thank you.
Valentina, I mean, 7th straight championship fight, I believe, at this point. I mean, is it still special to have these fight weeks, or is this just, punching in for the job at this point?
It's every time special. Every time special because of the training, preparation, and everything. And no matter how many times you fight it, if you are like in the right mood, you're gonna have you're gonna feel all nervous all over again and again.
That's awesome. Lauren obviously won 5 in a row to get here. It's been a battle for her. When did she get on your radar? It's like, okay, you know what? I bet I am gonna have to fight her at some point.
Actually, at that moment when I signed my fight boat agreement, this was like, okay, this one is next. Because before you kind of like, definitely you see them them fight, but you never like, okay, I have to watch very carefully. But once it's signed, yes, this is the time.
She's a very well-rounded fighter. She thinks maybe she's one of the toughest fighters that you've ever faced. Do you believe that's an accurate assessment, that maybe she's one of the more durable athletes you've ever seen?
More durable athletes than I ever seen, I doubt. More technical, I doubt. More well-rounded, I doubt. So I don't know, for all the years what I was fighting, it's kind of like hard to surprise with something special if you are not a superhuman. And I know she's well-rounded. I know she's strong. I know she's dangerous. This is everything that I have to know about her. But something special that I put like pressure on my shoulders, no.
They say it's harder to stay champ than it is to become champ, right? But you've managed to do that for quite a while now. Do you believe that's accurate, that it's harder to stay in that position than it is to get there?
I think people, they said that because like the pressure, mental pressure, what they, probably some of them, they just over put on their shoulders that pressure and overthinking about like that they are now something more than they was before. But it's kind of like all depends what you are thinking is hard. And if you're having your like top here, everything beyond that point will be harder. But if you have your like level up there, nothing is hard. Yes, but it's every fight is hard. It does no matter is it fight for a championship or no. Every fight is fight.
The last thing for me, I mean, obviously you're a lifelong martial artist, a phenomenal champion. I mean, is there a finish line for you? Like, is there a goal that you're striving to reach? Like, when I get there, that's when I've done enough. I mean, what continues to drive you?
I think that if people, they already like put it the plank, they put in the like limit of their career, they are done already, because it's kind of like they starting to count minutes, seconds towards their end. I don't want it to happen. I want to do everything as I can, the best way as I can, the most time as I can. That's why I didn't put nothing like up front of me or this certain age and then done, because I don't want that like beautiful time of my life that gonna be ended soon. I don't want it. I just want to extend it as much as I can.
Valentina, right here. Looking at the build-up to your last fight, Dana White and the fans all kept saying that Jessica Andrade would probably be your toughest test, and you kind of made easy work of it. And since that fight, Dana and the fans have noticed that you seem to be a little angrier in maybe fight weeks or interview stuff. Do you have some sort of chip on your shoulder to prove people wrong that these opponents aren't up to your level every fight?
I think it was mostly because like returning of fans. The energy, what they brought, it kind of like electrolyzed me, maybe.
Valentina, over here. There's 4 fights in the flyweight division on this card, so is it kind of nice for you to see like all these potential future challengers fighting on the same night as you?
Actually, it's very hard for me to see. I even don't know like what is the full fight card, because I so focused on only my opponent, and I know it's gonna be Jessica Andrade and Cynthia Calvillo fight, and this is everything that I know. It's kind of like when you focus on something and it's really take all your attention, it's very hard to think about something else.
Understandable. You keep having fantastic performances. So is it important for you, like each time out, to try and do something new, or is it just all about getting the win?
No, it's very important for me to bring every time like something new and interesting, like martial arts, like to show the beautiful technique of martial arts, not just a fight, not just like a street fight. Everyone can fight. Anyone who has strong shin can fight, right? But to show the art of martial arts is different. And I'm here, I just want to show really like other like next level of martial arts.
So do you have an ideal way that you want to finish Lauren?
For me, anything would be good.
Best of luck.
Valentina, quick question to pick up on what you were saying to John. When the end does come for you, and I know you're not setting a limit, but when it does come, do you think it'll be because physically your skills are no longer there, or do you think it'll be mentally because you just don't enjoy it as much as you used to?
Oh, it's a very hard question because I'm not there to answer this question yet. Because it's hard to answer that gonna be in the future because you never know what's gonna be in the future, how you're gonna feel like in a few years, how you're gonna like, will you be like the same, what you are thinking right now, or something else, something different? It's very hard to answer, like to see in the future. But I don't know. I don't even want to think about it because as I said, I want to enjoy the moment what I have right now without thinking too much about what's gonna happen after.
You say you've been doing this since you were 8 years old. Do you still love it as
5.
much? How much?
Since 5 years old.
Oh, 5. I'm sorry.
It was 28 years what I do
okay,
martial
I got the
arts.
numbers. Do you still love it as much? Just the training and doing this kind of stuff. I know you love the fights, but all the other stuff that goes along with being a UFC fighter, does that still appeal to you, or does that get to be a drag at times?
Absolutely, even more. Every day I love it more and more because to fight in UFC is the biggest like promotion in the world of martial arts, and like chasing this Bruce Lee dream of mixed martial arts that's gonna be all, not just like different martial arts, but one combining everything. And now we have the perfect MMA style of sport. What we can be, any fighter, any athlete, what we want. We want to be like good boxer, we can be. Want to be good like Muay Thai fighter, we can be, and like dominate in this style, like wrestler, grappler, whatever. And this is what is amazed me every day more and more. And definitely the level of the competition of UFC, what I competed right now, it's you cannot compare with any other promotions.
My last question for you, Valentina, like when you look back when Ronda Rousey lost to Holly Holm, nobody saw that. Some people saw it coming, but most people, Ronda was a huge favorite. Everybody was expecting her to dominate. Is there anything when you look back on Ronda's run and see how it ended that you were able to take out of that and help you so that you don't avoid a similar fate?
I think it's all about approach to the fight. Approach, how you prepare for the fight. What you think is going to be dangerous. What is like, my opinion, if you are getting ready for every single fight the same type as you was getting ready for like since the beginning, it's gonna be nothing gonna change. If you understand that there is no easy opponents, if you understand that every situation can bring you like hard positions, and you know how to deal with that, and you push yourself to the limit every single training camp, it's different approach. It's like, it's not that, oh, I'm a star here, I'm a champion, and everyone has to fall. No, no one wants to fall. Everyone wants to fight you and take your place. If you understand it good, you're gonna dominate them, if you have enough power.
Valentina, over here on your left. Valentina, obviously a lot of people talk about the close relationship you have with your sister, and she trains with you all the time. Some of the flyweights have come out and said, I want to fight Antonina to get to Valentina. How do you feel when you hear some of the other fighters, they want to target your sister to try to get to you, like to create a story and create the promotion to get a title shot?
Do you think it's really happening? Like, I think there is more girls like in the top, they have to pass through before they get into me, and it's kind of like, I really don't know who's thinking like that. I never heard it before.
A couple of the some of the other contenders looking to build their way up. Not necessarily. I don't think anyone in the top three, but there have been a couple who have tried that. Side question: do you miss doing the open workouts with your sister?
Open workout, you know, it's kind of like when you are in the training camp, I'm not missing open workouts. I prefer like press conference, when you can sit, answer the question, and then go to cut your weight. Because if you are like doing open workout, you have to be showing something extra energy, but you don't want to show any extra energy. So I prefer press conferences.
Thank you.
Hablas español, representas a los latinos, a las mujeres y a Rusia. ¿Estás anuente de todo lo que representas? ¿Qué significa para ti? ¿Y eso incide en tu pelea o no?
Olvidaste decir Kirguistán. Kirguistán, mi país donde he nacido, ¿no? No sé, es algo que, claro que sí, yo represento desde el inicio mi país, donde he nacido. También Latinoamérica tiene muy grande parte en mi corazón. Como soy mujer, claro que sí, es muy importante también para mostrar que mujeres pueden ser independientes, fuertes, astutos, no solamente como demandar que queremos todo porque somos mujeres, no, queremos todo porque somos... ya tenemos valor y porque trabajamos mucho para tener esto. Y claro que sí, es para mí muy importante porque yo creo que es un tiempo en que estamos viviendo ahora. Estos años es como años abiertos para hacer cualquier cosa para las mujeres.
Gracias.
Who that big dog? That's Curtis.
Kurt's been a while, I think 7 months. I know things didn't go exactly the way you wanted last time out, but how does it feel now to be back and on another fight week?
Feels good to be back at work, you know, about to make some more money, get my name back in the media's mind, back in the fans' mind. I know when you're gone, a lot of people forget about you, so
I know you want to put that last one behind. I did wonder about you as that title fight with Derek Lewis was playing out, and they played that clip over and over and over again. How difficult was that for you to have to watch that?
I mean, that's the part of it. Got to watch it. Happens in every sport. Happens in basketball. If you end up in someone else's highlight, there's a reason they call it a highlight. They're gonna show it over and over. So, you know, it was a little hard to watch initially, but after like the 8th time, I was like, okay, this is going to be here. So I'm used to it now.
Nice. So then they match you up with another striker. I mean, I don't want to say similar, but there are some similarities, right? So did you kind of welcome that to feel like, all right, this is a chance to kind of right a wrong, or did you think, oh, another striker? What was your thought?
I mean, the majority of the division is predominantly going to be strikers. This is a matchup I'm used to, so I do feel comfortable with it. It's not like he's like a southpaw or he's like a taekwondo specialist. He's a kickboxer, a heavyweight kickboxer. I've gone against those guys before. He is. Oh, I'm so sorry. He is a heavyweight striker. I'm used to that, and it's what I've prepared the most against, and I feel extremely comfortable in this matchup.
He seemed, because I feel like you could be potentially a really bad matchup for him, right? But he seemed to say like, oh no, I'm excited. This is the kind of fight I want. I was gonna say, do you think he's telling the truth? Do you think he's posturing a little?
It's a part of the game. We're all gonna say like, I'm gonna say, hey, I'm looking to knock this guy out. Y'all know better than that. I mean, I'm gonna say it because I know you're gonna print it, but if I have my way, I'll take you down and drop in your neck, and that's the fight. I mean, the option is there for me to knock you out, but we know what I want. We know what he wants. He doesn't want to be on the floor. I want him on the floor. That's pretty much the battle right there.
Yeah. Did you have to do anything special to prepare for this one, or was it kind of like anything else?
I prepared for him the same way I prepared for Junior Dos Santos, Alistair Overeem, Mark Hunt. Just avoid the big strike. Easier said than done, but it's not like an overly complicated game plan.
Yeah. Last thing for me, I mean, you're still obviously at the top of the division. I mean, you win here. Do we start talking about titles and stuff again, or do you feel like you just kind of put that on the back burner for the moment?
No, it's not on the back burner. I mean, if they want to give me a title shot, hell yeah, but I'm not expecting it because I understand the way the division is. I understand, and there's an alternate reality where after this, I beat Jairzinho, I get John Jones. There's an alternate reality. After this, I beat Jairzinho, I get Stipe. There's an alternate reality where I get the winner or the loser of Gain and Gauntlet. So it's just too many alternate realities. I don't have the mental energy to put into it. So who knows? I welcome everything, and I'm just really focused. And I'm really happy to be back here for Fight Week, ready to put on another show.
Curtis, right here. I know you spoke about Jairzinho just being another kickboxer and this and that, but I saw an interview where you said he's an off-brand Derek Lewis. So what exactly do you see in his game that compares to Derek?
Yeah, and I didn't mean that in like a negative way. Like, that's not a bad thing to be in. A lot of people say I'm an off-brand Cain Velasquez. I'm fine with that. Cain Velasquez was dope. Derek Lewis has a lot of wins. He's fought for the belt twice now. The reason I made that comparison is because they both have the same type of like plodding movement. They're not overly, they don't throw 4 or 5 punch combos. It's usually jab, hook, jab, overhand, jab into heavy strike, jab into heavy strikes. So that's what I meant. Like, and he's got heavy hands. He's put a lot of guys away. I remember there was a highlight I saw where he put somebody out with a jab. Forget who it was, but he put a guy
Alan
down.
Crowder, like 9 seconds.
Yeah, he put him down with a jab. So I mean, the guy has power. That's why I said off-brand Derek Lewis. So.
Is Alistair Overeem still training in Denver with you?
Yeah, he got back about a month and a half ago. Yeah.
Anything you can take away from, or has he told you about fighting Jairzinho since he spent essentially 25 minutes in there till the very end?
He did a great job of impersonating Jairzinho's like stance and movement. Like he's a great actor. I felt like a lot of my rounds, it wasn't Alistair, it was Jairzinho. So I think that was that was the biggest help he could give me because Jairzinho's not going to fight me the way he fought Alistair. So, I mean, anything Alistair took from that fight, I mean, he told me stuff, but I don't think it's going to play out that way because I'm a different guy. But the biggest thing was just him mimicking Jairzinho's movements during our sparring rounds. That helped a lot.
And finally, what do you make of Alistair's return to the kickboxing ring? A lot of people are very excited to see him fight Rico Verhoeven, like the number one heavyweight kickboxer in the world.
I'm excited. I'm actually going. I'm going to bring my fiance's soon-to-be wife. Her birthday is that weekend, October 25th. We're going to go to Amsterdam, and we're going to be there to watch. So I'm very excited to go.
Brian, once again for the world title. I mean, a big opportunity for you again in your career. What's the feeling right now being back here on a championship fight week?
I just walked in here and I was like, fuck, there's a lot of you guys here. That's dope. It's been a while, you know? It's been a while since I've actually had to kind of sit down and talk to you guys and kind of get that pressure or that feeling again, right, of fight week. So as I walked in here, it just kind of hit me. So I'm actually tripping out as we speak.
That's awesome. First title fight.
I've been in like fucking La La Land lately.
The first title fight obviously didn't go your way, but I mean, I'm imagining the value of that lesson and everything you learn. I mean, are there things that you take from that entire experience that you go, here's what we need to tweak this time around?
Oh, yeah, 100%, man. I was just talking about that. I said I've changed everything about my life, down to the way I live, to the way I eat, to the way I train, the people who are in my corner. Everything is new and improved, right? Only thing you can do after a loss is see if you can get better. Can you pick yourself up? That's what I did, and that's the journey, you know? You fight, you win, or you fight or you lose, and then you get there and you either get better or you get worse. And if you get worse, you got to keep getting better. So that's the sport that we're in.
Nice. The goal here, of course, is to walk away with the world title, but I do wonder, after the Ultimate Fighter, are you just looking forward to getting there and punching Alexander Volkanovski in the face a little bit?
100%, 100%. It's been a long time. It's been a very long time. We've been at this all year, literally all year. So to finally have it 2 days, 3 days away right now, it's like, fuck. Please, like, no one catch COVID. No one, nothing happened. Like, let's just get in there and get this done.
Yeah. He's a well-rounded fighter, of course. I mean, anybody at the highest level is. But is there any one position or part of the game where you see him as most dangerous?
His stand-up, obviously, you know, his ability to stay disciplined in there and showcase his skills and movements. He's very good at that. And there's windows where he sees them with other opponents and he takes them and he finishes. So he's got everything, you know. He's a champion for a reason. I give him nothing but credit. You know, I talk my shit, but you know, at the end of the day, I do have respect.
How about yourself? I mean, your striking is clearly well improved as well, but at the end of the day, I got to think that jiu-jitsu is still your bread and butter. I mean, do you still view yourself as, you know, I want to get it to that submission world and drown them there, or do you feel like you can win this on the feet?
I'm getting to the point where I'm starting to get comfortable, legitly comfortable everywhere. Not just I can bang with you and I can take your hit, you know. I'm starting to play the chess game a lot better now, you know. And I said it before where I would go in there and I would just try to figure it out on the spot. Now I'm training, I'm learning skills. I'm finally, I feel like a beginner. As weird as it looks right now, me fighting for the belt, I feel like a beginner. And that's the scary part, because me feeling this way and what I'm doing with people at the gym and how I'm fighting, you guys seem to love it. And I seem to want to keep training and get better. So it's getting to the point where I want to be unstoppable everywhere, you know? And that's ultimately my goal, to where you say when you fight me, you're fucked on all angles, you know?
Last thing for me, I mean, you're a beginner, but it is a lifelong journey. I mean, walking away from with a win here, a UFC title, can you put into words what it would mean for you?
It would just mean mission accomplished, you know? It's something that I set out to do from a very young age, you know, from down. I could think about it when I was a kid looking at my dad watching boxing fights on Fridays and saying, hey man, I'm gonna be a world champ. So to do it, especially on this month, this year, would really mean a lot.
Brian, are you surprised how much you seem to get on Alex's nerves?
Yeah.
Is it mutual, or are you just kind of surprised, taken aback by it? He just seems to get more and more irritated the more and more he talks about you.
Yeah, I was surprised, bro. I was like, what the fuck did I do? Like, all right, I showed up late. Relax. Like it was, I don't know if someone's telling him to build the fight or trying to do something, but I feel like he's doing a horrible job at it. And just stop. You know, just be you, bro. Like, you've never done this before. And maybe I do get under his nerves. Who knows? You know, I think maybe I am under his skin and he don't like me. So for whatever that is, I mean, it is what it is, you know?
You mentioned about how one of his best abilities is his ability to stay composed in the cage on his feet. Do you think actually this, if he is as annoyed as he seems to be, is this going to work against him on Saturday?
I mean, I'll probably just look at him and blow him a kiss and see if he fucking gets more pissed off. I don't know. We'll see what happens, you know? He's he's a man who I doubt will let emotions come in the way when it comes to fighting. Maybe outside, I don't think he's gonna break character, right? I think he's gonna stay focused. So am I. So we'll see though. If I can poke the bear in there, I will.
And this is one of those rare times in a fight where it's almost like everyone's in agreement who you're going to fight after this one. Max Holloway's still out there. You know, you had that great first fight. Is that the one you want? Should you win the title?
I mean, I think that goes without saying, you know. He's, I said it, us three are going to be at the top for a bit, you know, and I don't see myself going nowhere, maybe other than another weight class, potentially, maybe in the future, right, as I get older. But as of right now, that's the fight to make, you know.
Thanks,
but I have to become successful.
Hey, Brian, right here. Brian, you know, obviously before the layoff, you know, you were known for your jiu-jitsu and you were known for your hands. When we saw you against the Zombie, just full, multifaceted striking attack. Was there anyone that you felt like you wanted to model your striking after as you grew, or is it just what you worked on in the gym and that's just how, you know, the stance and everything, the management of the distance, that's how you came out?
No, there's definitely people who I look at, and I'll be honest with you, I have no idea who their names are. I follow pages on Instagram, right? And then you see like moves of the day or techniques of the day or fights or little things like that, and you go, hey, you know what? That doesn't seem too far-fetched. I can do that. And I'll go in there and I'll make it happen. I go, oh, shit, okay, like that works. Pick up things from watching. I'm a visual learner, you know? So whenever I see things or I see people, I follow people that I've trained with. I see what they're doing, you know, like Liam Batko, you know, Kevin Ross and stuff like that. Like I see these guys and I train with them and other people, and I just start picking things up, even from movies.
Last time when you were going to fight Max Holloway, that year you obviously had so much going on. Your Modelo commercial aired all the time. You were getting shouted out by Robert Downey Jr. Now going into this one, do you feel like, how would you say like what you learned from that going into now the latest opportunity of having all that attention and now getting another shot at all of it again?
I learned to I've learned to have the attention and be in that situations when it's time to, you know? When it's time to work, it's time to work. When it's time to have fun, it's time to have fun. And that's something that I didn't realize before. Before I would have fun and I would train, I didn't care, dude. I was at a club the week of the fight. You know, like I was partying, I was still having fun. I was like, well, as long as I'm not drinking and, you know, like, but I wasn't in the right state of mind, right? I was trying to do everything at once. That's kind of how I am. I try to just, you know, get everything solved. This time it's like, yo, I'm gonna chill. I'm gonna stay at home. And I even got a call actually, and I was gonna go to a club this Saturday. I was gonna go to a club, but then my girl was like, you better knock that shit off. I don't know where she's at, but I was like, you're right. Because I haven't done anything, right? And I was like, it's like the little things always hit, and I'm like, that. And I'm like, wait, no, you're right. And I texted everyone, I said, hey, bro, like, I'm gonna stay in. Like, I have to stay in. Otherwise, I was gonna be at a badass club with the party and everything.
Final question is a very important one. Do you miss your long hair?
I do, man. It's coming back. Slowly but surely, you know. It's growing. I think it's braidable. We'll see if it's braidable for you guys. But I miss it. It's Ortega I was not digging him. His fight skills, yeah, but his fucking look, hell no. Got a fucking egghead. Yeah.
Vas a pelear en el mes de la herencia hispana. Hay mucho entre los latinos peleando ahora. Canelo, Brandon Moreno. ¿Para ti es un reto más grande ahora por lo que vive el deporte mexicano o es una pelea más en tu carrera?
Es otra pelea en mi carrera. Lo que anda pasando, anda corriendo esto durante unos meses y tiempos importantes y de historia de nuestra raza, de nuestra gente. Y obviamente sí pone un tipo de presión para mí diciendo, ¿sabes qué? Tengo que continuar con esto, tengo que seguirle adelante por los mexicanos. Pero yo soy una persona que intenta mirar las cosas de diferentes maneras, todo bueno, ¿verdad? Y me digo, pues ¿cómo lo miro bueno? ¿Verdad? Tenemos los hispanos, los mexicanos aquí haciendo las peleas principales de la noche. Tenemos Nick Diaz, me tenemos a mí, ¿verdad? Gente latina aquí en esta tarjeta y estamos peleando. Y estamos representando a la raza, estamos siguiendo adelante. Y con eso yo creo que también la gente anda viendo, ¿verdad? Toda la raza y la gente hispana y latinos están viendo todo eso. Y pues como dice Brandon Moreno, seguirle adelante, si se puede, cabrones.
Ya lo dijiste en inglés, pero en español, las diferencias del Brian Ortega de antes al de ahora en esta pelea contra Volkanovski.
La diferencia es que yo ya tengo un equipo nuevo, tengo una mente diferente en entrenamiento, tengo nuevas técnicas. Si han visto la última pelea que tuve, estuvo muy buena esa pelea, de demostrar al mundo qué tipo de peleador soy ahora, y ahora entre ya 10 meses más que me han dado para entrenar, sigo afilando ese cuchillo y ahora para meterme ahí y a matar como siempre.
Just a quick one to fuel up the rivalry a little bit. We talked to Alex Volkanovski earlier, and he called you unprofessional, surrounded by yes men, and that you are a phony guy that acted like a douchebag, basically. So what's your answer to that?
I mean, people only see certain things, you know. I'm not here to talk shit. If he has something to say, I'll talk to him one-on-one when there's no cameras. Fuck the bullshit. I'll come get at you in person. You really want to go there? I'll fucking fight you in the elevator if you want. But I think if me and him were to be in a room and actually hang out, for real, we'd be all right. We'd be good acquaintances, you know. But other than that, you know, I'm gonna keep letting him fucking butcher his sales pitch for this fight. Yeah.
Hello. I think this is your first fight in Vegas since like 2015 or something. Is that exciting for you to finally be able to fight here?
Jéssica, essa é a sua primeira luta em Vegas desde 2015. Como é que você está se sentindo para voltar em Vegas?
Eu tô me sentindo muito bem, né? Que agora eu tô em casa, né? Treinando em casa, lutando em casa. Então, tá sendo muito bom estar aqui em Vegas. E já estou muito acostumada com o clima, com tudo. Eu acho que vai ser muito legal ter o público assistindo essa luta também, junto com a gente, vibrando bastante. Então, vai ser muito legal.
I feel good because now I feel like home since I live here. I'm accustomed with the climate, the weather, and the dry weather, and also we have the fans, so it's going to be great.
Yeah, no doubt. Listen, you've been a part of some huge fights lately. Obviously, you've had a couple of setbacks, but I just wonder kind of where you feel your motivation is right now, knowing that maybe a title fight's not right around the corner, but you're still going to have big fights.
Você provavelmente vai ter grandes lutas daqui para frente, né? Teve aí um pequeno, né, degrau que você teve que passar. Que você vê daqui para frente? Como é que você vê assim a sua carreira?
Eu tenho bastante expectativas, né, pela minha carreira agora, né, principalmente estando aqui em Vegas, né. Eu costumo dizer que quem não é visto não é lembrado, então estar aqui em Vegas já é um grande diferencial. E eu acredito que da agora para frente eu vou ter muitos desafios, né? Bastante oportunidade de lutar por cinturões, então eu vou estar bem preparada para tudo isso.
As I say, if you're not seen, you're not noticed. Now that I live in Vegas, I feel like there's great chances for me even to fight for belts. So I look forward to whatever UFC has for me.
Nice. Cynthia, she kind of called you out, right? But like, I guess it was a respectful way. Were you surprised that she was so willing to challenge you?
A Cynthia te desafiou, mas foi de uma maneira muito respeitosa. Você estava esperando esse desafio?
Na verdade, a gente estava na semana da luta da Delboni, né, da Just Delboni, lá no Invicta, e a Cynthia apareceu e o meu mestre já falou assim, pô, Jéssica, vamos tirar uma foto, né, falou com o nosso empresário Thiago, vamos tirar uma foto com ela, pedir essa luta, né, é uma luta legal, pode acontecer. E ela surpreendeu a gente pedindo a foto, né, e acho que um dia ou 2 dias depois ela já postou nas redes sociais dela, já entrou em contato com o UFC e foi muito respeitoso, né? Eu acho que esse é o intuito do lutador, né? Ser respeitoso, mas dentro do octógono ser profissional, né? E eu gosto muito da Cynthia, a gente vai fazer uma luta incrível no sábado.
It was actually funny because I was cornering someone at Invicta, and Cynthia was there. My master told me, let's go take a photo with her. Maybe you guys can fight. I talked to my manager, and she asked for the photo, and then a few days later, she posted the photo and calling me out. She's very respectful. We respect each other. I think it's going to be a great fight. We still respect each other, but inside the octagon, it's going to be a different story.
Yeah, no doubt. You've obviously fought the absolute best in the world. Do you feel that she deserves to be counted among those absolute best in the world?
Cynthia?
Yeah.
Ok. Você lutou contra uma das melhores do mundo, né? Você considera a Cynthia também que ela deve estar nessa posição de melhores do mundo também?
Sem dúvida, né? A Cynthia Calvillo, ela tem um grappling muito forte, né? Ela tem mostrado o diferencial dela dentro da categoria. E da agora para frente, né? Eu acho que não tem mais moleza, né? Não tem mais pegar quem está começando, não tem mais isso, né? Agora para frente é só as top 5 e é lutar com as melhores do mundo, né? Então, eu estou muito feliz de ter essa chance e eu vou dar o meu melhor e mostrar que eu também sou uma das melhores do mundo.
Cynthia is a great grappler. I can see she's a great fighter. I think from now on, I'm only going to fight the best in the world. There's no easy fight. So whatever comes, I'm ready to take.
All right, so the last thing for me, I guess the goal here, is it just to go out and get a victory and get that feeling of winning again, or do you feel like you want to go make a statement so people are talking about you for title opportunities?
Você busca agora uma vitória assim só para mostrar a vitória, ou você quer que as pessoas falem de você, voltem a falar de você?
Sem dúvida, né? Eu acho que a melhor vitória é essa que as pessoas vão falar de você, né? Então, eu acho que é isso que eu vou buscar no sábado, tentar vencer de uma forma avassaladora, que no outro dia as pessoas olhem e falam assim, caramba, você viu a luta da Jéssica? Foi uma luta incrível. Então, acho que é isso que eu tento mostrar a cada luta que eu faço, e nesse sábado, sem dúvida, vai ser isso.
I'm ready to make a statement. This Saturday is not going to be different. I want people to talk about me the next day, and I'm sure they will talk about me.
Jessica, right here, over here.
Yeah.
You know, after your last fight, Rose reclaimed the title, and I think a lot of us were assuming you might drop back down to strawweight. What kind of made you decide not to do that?
Depois da sua última luta, a gente achava que você já ia voltar para o peso palha. Mas você agora está lutando de novo no peso mosca. O que fez você decidir lutar de novo no peso mosca?
Na verdade foi a oportunidade, né? A Cynthia pediu a luta, né? Ofereceu, meio que me perguntou, né, se eu lutaria com ela, e a gente aceitou, né? Eu acho que um trabalho em conjunto com a minha equipe, mas eu não deixei de cogitar a oportunidade também de poder lutar no 5-2, né? Eu acho que eu deixei isso aberto, aonde o UFC precisar de mim, eu estarei, né? Quem sabe, até no 61, se eles precisarem, eu subo também.
It was the opportunity, so Cynthia called me out, and it worked out, but I'm still considering fighting at strawweight at 115, and even if the UFC wants me to fight at 135, I'm ready to.
All right, and I mean, just speaking of strawweight, Rose and Whaley are running it back. Just curious, what you thought of the first fight was very quick, and who do you think's going to win the rematch now?
Rose e a Whaley vão lutar de novo, né? Quem que você acha que vai ganhar dessa vez?
Bom, eu acredito que a Rose continua com o cinturão, né? Por mais que eu tenha lutado com as duas, com quem eu tive mais contato de luta foi com a Rose. E eu sei que ela tem um nível de continuar sendo campeã, mas eu acredito que dessa vez não vai ser tão rápido. Eu acho que a luta vai durar os 5 rounds e a Rose vença por pontos. E quem sabe numa vitória entre as duas, o UFC não me deu a oportunidade de voltar para os palhas e ter essa chance de disputar o cinturão, fazer uma trilogia com a Rose ou uma revanche contra a Weili.
I mean, I fought both, but Weili was very quick. So I think this time the fight's not going to be that quick. I think it's going to be a 5-round fight, and maybe Rose is going to win by points. I don't know. Maybe the UFC will give me the chance to fight Rose again, or Weili, whoever wins, fight the third fight against Rose or Weili for the red.
And as for you, Jessica, I mean, the last fight, unfortunately didn't go your way. I'm curious, what were your biggest takeaways, from having fought Valentina?
A sua última luta, né, não foi do jeito que você queria. O que você tirou dessa luta?
Bom, acho que a luta contra a Valentina eu aprendi muito sobre ser autoconfiante, mas treinar de tudo, né? Eu estava muito consciente de que ninguém conseguia me colocar para baixo, que seria impossível isso acontecer. E a Valentina foi lá e me mostrou que não existe essa, tudo é possível. E então eu aprendi muito isso, que eu não posso deixar de treinar uma técnica por conta de outra, né? Eu me preparei muito para a trocação dela e não foquei muito na questão de grade e defesa de queda. E isso acabou me atrapalhando, mas foi um grande aprendizado para não deixar acontecer para as próximas lutas.
I think confidence is everything, but I thought that nobody could take me down, and I thought Valentina was not going to take me down. So I didn't train that as much as I should. So I think what I take from the fight is I need to keep training and keep expecting anything from my opponents.
And having been in there with her now, do you see anyone aside from yourself, maybe in a rematch, that has a chance? Like, how do you think Lauren's going to do this weekend? And is Valentina going to be beatable, you think? What do you think about that?
Bom, além de você, quem você acha que pode, na verdade, ganhar contra a Valentina? O que você acha agora desse match da Murphy contra a Valentina? Se ela tem alguma chance de vencer?
Olha, eu vou te dizer que é uma coisa bem difícil de analisar, né? A Lauren Murphy vem evoluindo cada vez mais dentro da organização, dentro do UFC. A gente consegue ver isso nitidamente, mas eu acredito que não tenha o nível ainda que a Valentina tem. Eu acho que dentro da categoria é bem difícil de dizer quem pode bater a Valentina, porque ela vem mostrando que é avassaladora, né? Não todas as áreas, na parte do chão, no grappling, no jiu-jitsu, no MMA, no Muay Thai, que ela tem um histórico gigantesco. Então, acho que é bem difícil, mas a gente fica esperando, né? Eu ter uma chance de revanche aí e aí poder tirar esse cinturão dela.
Lauren Murphy, she's been proving herself. I know she's been getting better, but I think Valentina is in a different level. And I think that anything can happen, but she just shows that she's good on the ground. She's good. She's a good striker. So we'll see. I'm just waiting for my chance.
Jessica, você está num momento curioso porque você está bem ranqueada, bem cotada em 2 categorias, né? Era campeã de uma, número 1 da outra. Mas você também veio de 3 derrotas nas últimas 4 lutas, que é o momento... Você nunca passou por isso na carreira, então. Como lidar com essa pressão desse momento e qual é o segredo para a chave, né? Para virar essa chave?
Eu acho que o maior segredo é você ter confiança no seu trabalho, né? Por mais que eu tenha tido essas 3 derrotas, foram derrotas que foram contra campeãs, né? Donas de cinturão. A minha derrota, acho que mais triste que eu tive foi contra a Weili, que era uma coisa que eu não estava esperando, mas eu consegui ter uma base forte dentro de casa, né, que é a família, e isso é o que me incentiva e o que me motiva, né, a cada dia estar melhor, a buscar evoluir em todos os quesitos, e eu acho que é isso que me faz não olhar para trás e sim para frente, dizer, cara, o que passou, passou, e agora eu tenho que evoluir, eu tenho que melhorar, aprendi com os meus erros e eu tenho que usar isso como evolução para minhas próximas lutas. E eu acho que é isso que eu tenho feito todos os dias, é fortalecer na família e buscar sempre melhorar todos os dias.
Você acha que a Cynthia Calvillo é a adversária ideal para esse momento? Ela que é a número 5 da categoria. Antes desse desafio, desse encontro de vocês, Teve algum outro nome mencionado ali nos bastidores entre a sua equipe?
Não, até então, na verdade, a gente buscava voltar para o 5-2, né? Fazer uma luta contra a Carla Esparza, alguma das top 5 ali. Mas aí acabou surgindo a oportunidade de lutar com a Cynthia e para a gente foi muito bom, né? Uma luta que casa, né? Eu acho que tanto na minha parte de trocação quanto na defesa de queda, eu venho treinando muito isso. E quando surgiu essa oportunidade, meu mestre falou assim, não, vamos fazer essa luta, que é uma luta que faz sentido pra gente nessa categoria do 5-2. Mesmo você sendo a top 1 e ela a top 5, no momento é a única da categoria que estaria disponível para lutar comigo. Até então, o meu empresário Thiago disse que ela estava machucada, que ela não ia aceitar uma luta, que não ia dar certo. E ela foi lá e postou, pediu a data. E acabou que a luta vai acontecer, então eu acredito que eu vou estar muito bem preparada para essa luta.
Última para mim, então. Se você puder, por favor, só olhar para essa câmera e mandar um recado para os fãs do Brasil. O que eles podem esperar voltar a ver a Jéssica vencer nesse sábado no octógono?
Bom, a todos os fãs do Brasil, muito obrigado pela torcida, obrigado por nunca me abandonarem, estarem sempre junto comigo. E sábado eu prometo dar o meu melhor, mostrar toda a evolução que eu tenho tido, tanto no boxe quanto na parte de chão, e trazer essa vitória pra gente e no dia do meu aniversário, né, trazer esse presente para mim também, né? Então, o aniversário é meu, mas o presente vai ser para vocês.
Jessica, right here. Jessica, when people think about your fights, they think about some of those really exciting performances, like against Rose and against Karolina Kowalkiewicz, where you got the finish. It's been a minute since we've gotten a finish from Bataistaka. How much pressure do you put on yourself, or do you feel to really want to have another highlight reel added to your record?
Jéssica, as pessoas gostam quando você finaliza, né? Quando você termina a luta um pouco antes, né? E faz talvez um tempinho que isso não aconteça, né? Qual que é a pressão que você sente de dar isso para os fãs?
Eu acho que a pressão que todo lutador sente, né, de sempre dar o seu melhor e não deixar a decisão para os juízes, né? Então eu venho melhorando cada vez mais esse quesito de caminhada, de achar os golpes corretos, para que isso aconteça mais vezes, né? Para que eu possa nocautear e mostrar o nível de explosão, de força que eu tenho dentro da organização. E eu acho que consegui colocar bons golpes, né? Cada dia que passa, todo mundo vem evoluindo e vem melhorando, né? Então eu busco ser melhor todos os dias para conseguir colocar bons golpes e nocautear, né? Fazer boas lutas dentro do UFC.
I know I've been getting better. I know I've been training hard, and of course, it's a pressure that every single fighter feels. Nobody wants the fight to go to the judges' hands. So I know I've been getting better. I know I've been training hard with my team, and I know I'm always going to look for the knockout.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone.
Marlon, I think it's been like 9 months at this point since you fought, which for you I think is a pretty long time. So how does it feel to be back on a fight week now?
Man, I miss it. I can't explain to you guys how happy I am to be here and how hard I work. And I can't wait for Saturday night, you know. I know everything is going to pay off on Saturday night.
What was the focus during the time away, and was the time away just part of it, that you needed a little break?
Yeah, I think since I moved to United States, I never took a break from fights. And after the loss I took off the fight with Rob Font, I decided to get fixed. You know, I had a problem on my shoulder, and I was carrying for a long time, pain here and there, and I got that fixed. And now let's see, let's get better. You know, let's get better, let's get healthy, and let's focus our last fights, the mistakes we made. Let's fix it. Let's put all together, make a blend, get that past Marlon Moraes, and here I am, new blood. You know. I'm healthy and I'm ready to go.
Do you have any regrets of taking that fight? I mean, I think a lot of people are like, why are you turning around so quickly? Did you wish, I wish I wouldn't have taken that one?
No, Rob Font belongs there, you know. And they asked me, and I thought made sense the fight, and I want to kill him, you know. I was in there to beat him up, and hats off to him, was his day, and we're going to round that back in the future.
I like it. Now that you're back, facing another very, very tough contender, right? I mean, was there any part of you that was like, hey, let me slide down the ranks a little bit, maybe fight somebody a little lower, kind of rebuild myself, or did you want to fight another top guy like this?
No. I want to fight with the best. I'm in the UFC, and there's no easy fights here. There's no no's. I never said no, you know. And my opponent, Merab, he been building his record. He been doing so good in the UFC. He deserved that, you know. I'm on the top. He wants to get on the top, but I won't let that happen.
Nice. Thoughts about fighting in front of a crowd again? I mean, I think of your style as a very entertaining style. Are you excited about actually getting to hear some cheers again?
I'm very excited, man. I'm very well prepared for this fight, and I can't wait. I want to bring the fans inside, you know. Hey, they can expect a good fight and very entertaining, and I want them with me.
Awesome. Last thing for me, I mean, as you said, you know, healed up, feeling good. I mean, is it just get a win and just get back on the right track, or do you feel like you want to go do something spectacular, something special to remind people that you're still up there at the top as well?
Something great.
Marlon, right here. We spoke to Merab earlier today, and I asked him to basically break down your grappling compared to his, because you're kind of known as a striker, but you do have a lot of submission wins. So I'll ask you the same question, but change it up. What do you make of Merab's striking that you've seen inside the octagon?
He's dangerous, you know. He got those fancy kicks and punches, and it's kind of awkward style, you know, and I have to just keep my eyes wide open, and I'll see everything. I've been seeing everything for the last couple months, and I can't wait to show everyone.
It's not working. Oh, Marlon, tudo bom? Como vai? Marlon, seguinte, você perdeu 3 das últimas 4 lutas, né? Não lembro, acho que nunca aconteceu isso na sua carreira. Qual é a chave, não, me refiro mentalmente, psicologicamente, né, a chave para reverter essa situação, né?
Português? Cara, eu tô no UFC. Eu sou top 5 do UFC. Eu luto com os 5 melhores caras do mundo. E na minha categoria, as lutas são muito duras. Então, a gente sabe, quando a gente entra ali, o meu oponente tem chance de me vencer. Infelizmente, nas minhas últimas 4 lutas, eu só consegui vencer uma, mas eu tenho certeza que eu estou no nível desses caras. E eu ajustei os detalhes aí, eu vi detalhes que eu errei, que eu pequei, e eu pretendo não cometer os mesmos erros e, cara, chegar lá no topo de novo.
Certo. Esse período que você ficou sem luta também foi um período que a gente viu um pouco mais longe, um pouco mais afastado de entrevista, enfim. O quão importante foi para você de repente ficar um pouco mais isolado, entre aspas, para se reagrupar, para voltar a vencer nesse sábado?
Cara, eu estava muito focado no meu trabalho, nas minhas técnicas, nos meus skills, e eu tenho certeza que evolui muito nesse tempo. E no sábado vocês vão ver um cara muito preparado. Eu nunca me senti tão bem numa Fight Week. Meu peso está muito bom, mais leve do que de costume, e eu vou estar muito rápido sábado à noite.
Teve alguma coisa, você tem algum sparring novo, você trouxe alguma pessoa nova do seu camp, algum ajuste novo que você possa falar?
Cara, eu treino com caras que todo mundo conhece, ali na academia American Top Team tem os melhores do mundo, então eu treino com os melhores e já treinei com os melhores e já vi de tudo, e eu acho que não tem nada que eu nunca vi antes.
Para finalizar, se você puder mandar um recado para os fãs brasileiros que vão ver esse vídeo, o que eles podem esperar do Marlon para este sábado?
Galera do Brasil, conto com a torcida de todos, vou com tudo sábado à noite, representar o Brasil, representar minha família, meus amigos, e nós vamos buscar essa vitória, tenho certeza. Apostem.
Marlon, just two quick questions for me. It's a pretty big week as well for the UFC International Fight Week, Hall of Fame induction tomorrow night. Does it add to the excitement to be back during such a great week for fight fans?
Yeah, man, since 2020, I had a fight about with the champ, in my opinion. Unfortunately, he's not the champ anymore. But I supposed to fight Peter Young, and that never happened. And we all world, all countries, we've all been facing these bad times. And for me, was a bad time. Man, I'm a winner, you know, and I lost my last 2 fights. You all know how you feel when you lose, and I felt that twice. So this all pandemic time, and I've been facing the worst time of my career, you know, and it's kind of hard to get up again, but it's not impossible, and I know I can do it. You know, I train, I prepare myself, and that's how I'm coming. Saturday night, great week, like you said, inductions, Hall of Fame, big fight, Ortega fighting Volkanovski, another one, co-main event, Valentina, she's a beast. Nick Diaz is back, you know, so I'm on the card, and I'm going to do good, man. I'm ready to go out there and perform very well.
About the Hall of Fame induction, George St. Pierre, John Jones, Alexander Gustafsson, Kevin Randleman as well. Do some of these guys were kind of role models for you at the beginning of your journey in mixed martial arts?
I didn't know who was, and man, you only said great names, great fighters. I watched them all. I remember Kevin Randleman's suplex, you know, GSP dominating the whole world. John Jones, in my opinion, best pound for pound. And the last one, who is the other one? Gustafsson, you know, he wasn't a UFC champion because John Jones, you know, but John Jones is amazing, you know, but Gustafsson deserves, you know, I think all those 4 guys, they are role models, not just for me, but for everyone that step inside the octagon.